All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's run through some of the pre-market stuff here. So, um, last night we got news that the IRS is going to furlough like 34,000 employees. Ford shut down their F-150 Lightning plant in Michigan. Trump wants to go to the Middle East at some point during this week, and supposedly we're getting some sort of deal between Hamas and Israel, although it seems to still be unconfirmed. It's trying to get Congress to pass a bill to pay the military. Mm. Trump's going to build hotels in Gaza. Williams supports further rate cuts. He thinks the softening labor market's going to help limit inflation. Pepsi earnings were a slight beat. CFO's retiring, doing a share repurchase and 7.6 billion in dividends. I think Powell's still speaking now. He doesn't comment. He didn't comment on monetary policy, but you can see his speech here if you guys want to read it. Put it in chat there for you. All right. I think that covers just about everything for this morning's news. Takachi speaking right now, I believe, for the Bank of Japan, but it doesn't seem like he's saying anything super important. We got a slight uptick in DEXA on the weekly chain here. Gamma shot up with the climb back from 70s or 6,700 yesterday. Little bump in Vega neutral. Gamma neutral's continuing to move up, so is DM. Both roughly on pace with the rise in price of spot. So nothing overly dramatic there. Looks like Vega neutral on the monthly is staying fixed around 67.33. It's moving up very slightly, but very slightly. GM's coming up a little bit. It was a slight uptick in DEXA. GEX is up a tiny bit, pretty close to like the high on the 6th. For 0DT gamma. We should have quite a bit out on the monthly, but here looks like overnight we are trading at 67.55 roughly in the pre-market, which puts us right about where spot was at close. Obviously, very little positive gamma support to the downside of spot. A push up into this range will be needed for bulls to hold the price above 50. If we lose 50, it looks like we've got a pretty steep drop off down to like 67.20. If we go out and look at all expirations, there's a little bit more support at 67.50, but not much. So I'll say in the next 8 minutes, we'll find out where we're going to open. But above 50, a little bit more stable than below it. For Delta into the end of this week, we got about 2 more days till expiry. There's a bit of Delta to the upside, quite a lot at 75, 80, which will make, that probably the upside resistance for the day. Opening above 50 will make 50 support for the day, giving us about a $25 to $30 range that we could trade in. If we do lose 50, Delta does pick up to the downside out to about 67.25. And so that would kind of be our breakdown range. 20 to 25 would be expected support, with 75 to 80 upside resistance. Charm. Does look like there's quite a lot of calls to the upside, probably solds. There's a little bit of positive charm coming off of the 15 and the 20 strike. However, this is not very supportive. And if we get near the end of the day and we're below 50, I would say that, charm's probably going to push down a little bit into close. Second. That. Here on the gamma curve, we see the peak it's not very defined, but it has moved closer to spot, and the downside has steepened dramatically. This is a pretty big shift in supportive gamma for spot. So gamma on the downside move falls off very, very sharply, all the way down to about it's just like 66.95, where things stabilize a little bit. But yeah, that's very far steeper than we've seen it recently. Hold on one sec. I gotta. 5 more minutes. We'll take a look at options macro. Let me try here. There we go. Doesn't load in dev very quickly. Looks like we saw an increase in put leverage. However, the peak stayed roughly at the same point, 4.9% below spot. We saw call delta bounce back, put delta fall off with the rise in price yesterday. However, call leverage really didn't move anywhere, and a little bit of put leverage fell off. Looks like most of the put leverage that fell off was in the money, and at the money, with put leverage climbing out of the money. So it just kind of switched a little bit from the bearishness that we saw the other day back to roughly neutral around the 67.50 level. Am I forgetting anything here? No, we can go to volatility. We'll take a look over skew here. IV, HV. So it looks like we've got VRP10 at roughly positive 521, VRP30 at 661. Yes. IV 10 and 30 skew are both a bit flatter, and contango continues to steepen. We've got the front end event premiums bleeding, and with no announcement from Powell regarding the economy, we could probably expect the near-term event vol to get shorted down. That does give a bullish bias for the start of the day. So downside premium dropped again yesterday, which makes put selling a little bit less attractive. Probably why we see so little support on the gamma side below spot. And then there's still quite a lot of risk being priced out 30 days, just none over the next 10, which means that we're still looking for HV10 to push up into like that 8 or 9 range. So we can see that front end volatility kind of snap back. Yeah, that's probably about it. A little bit of activity far out of the money around like the 5,800 strike, 5,900 strike. We're seeing maybe some puts bought back. Around the 55, 75, 55, 50, 55, 50 for Friday. Maybe we're seeing some changes out on the OPEX. No, not really. Implied move for the day is 46 points on SPXW, 56 points on SPX, giving us a 51 point range for the trading day. So take a look at that. It's going to be, it's trimmed quite a bit. We're about 10 points from yesterday. It's like 67, 88, 50 at the high, 67, 19, 63 at the low. I would say that most of this seems to be entirely reliant on where this opens. Russell, Dow, both down in the pre-market. NASDAQ flat, ES up slightly. Maybe some improvements in breadth could carry this. However, I would probably watch the 6802 level, 6801, I guess 6800 level here on ES for when this consolidation breaks, going into market open here in 1 minute. Losing the 6792.25 level, probably where you could confirm a downside move, and then we'd be looking to target the prior week close around 67.65. That's about it. Yeah. So basically, open below 50 or fall below 50. We've got about $25 of room to the downside. If we manage to hold 50 and bulls build up, short put support in that range, I think you could expect us to push out to about 70 or 75, maybe 80 by end of day. And I think that covers everything. Ding ding. Bum, 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 bum. I'll get that posted over to Zillionaires for you guys. I mean, sure, but it also kind of looks like it's already seen all of its bullishness. Again, company that makes no money. You guys love chasing dog shit sometimes. So you got a stock that's up 400% in what, 5 months? And you think it's bullish? You want to buy the top? See, the problem is you don't know where the top is. The fuck? Okay, there's some basic rules about making money in the market. A really good one is if you have a stock and it's up more than 100% and they don't make money and no one knows what the fuck they do, No one's ever heard of them. And they probably have to issue a massive amount of debt on top of the debt they're already carrying in order to just simply continue their operations that don't make any fucking money. Maybe. Maybe. Just look for a different stock, you know? Just. I'll tell you how Buffett didn't get fucking rich. And it wasn't buying shit like this. This is Joby, ASTS, you name it. It's all of those companies, right? They're pure speculation. All of the ownership is institutional. They'll fucking rug you any chance they get. They don't give a flying fuck because they don't care about selling the underlying because it doesn't make any fucking money. ASTS might be profitable someday, not any fucking time soon. So just think about that because you guys will lose significantly less money. Some of you, I know most of you don't do this shit, but there's a large contingent of you that do. You guys ask me about stocks that are up, 4 or 5, 1,000%. Um, they're bad. They're bad. You don't need to ask me. They're bad. Walk away. Don't put your money in that. Sure, it could go up. Might not. No one knows. Technical analysis doesn't predict the future. Who else will be the liquidity then? I don't know. Wall Street bets? Like our short squeeze? There are plenty of people out there. It doesn't have to be you guys. I'm just saying, if you want to get fucked, you can do it for a lot less money. That's the wrong fucking price. Baba's almost 175. I know, it just keeps going down. It's fantastic. I hope the dollar goes up forever. We are sliding a little bit towards 50. But that doesn't mean we've lost 50. So don't buy puts, because that would be bad. What signs do you look for to get in on a stock? Personally, I look for value. I look for companies that make money and due to inefficiencies in the market are not priced either relative to their peers, relative to their earnings, relative to their potential. I don't buy shit that's priced, exuberantly ever. Exuberance is the bane of long-term investing. If you don't believe me, ask your parents or grandparents what it was like buying Microsoft at the top of the dot-com bubble and waiting 11 years for a return. And that's a monopoly, not some shit stock fucking crap ticker with like negative 5,000% margins. If only there was a book on the pickle reading list that covered this topic. Something about being an intelligent investor. Yeah. I actually don't think long-term investing is all that difficult if you stay away from speculation. Sure, you can make more speculating, but you'll make more far less consistently. And since long-term investing is all about compounding gains, consistency is far more important. My boomer parents would smirk at an 11-year dip and insist they were right to hold for 11 years. Yeah, but like, how much like psychological trauma did you have to live through? Well, they freaked out about their Microsoft holdings, you know? They don't understand the carry forward damage from their bad investments. I still have NOV. I don't think I have drip turned on. I can check. No, I still do. Yeah. Remember all the people asking me if they should buy plug on Monday? Shit's killing me. I think most investors nowadays, younger people at least, they're like the only way they learn about new investments is because of like social media hype. And something that's being hyped on social media is not going to it's not probably going to yield like significant returns over the next 5 years because it's probably already up way more than it should be. Just froze. Oh, I think because I didn't have it. Hold on, put it over here. I put it in the background. Ooh, going to test 50. This is fun. Yes, I've been telling my dad that AI is a bubble caused by old men investing in tech they don't understand. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's like Theranos. Everybody in tech trying to fake it till they make it. Nestle, what is it? It's like NSRGF. I can never remember their fucking ticker. Um, they've been kind of growth deficient for a while now, haven't they? Like declining multiples, not doing great. Well, yeah, because dividend like yield on cost is going to go up as the price goes down. But yeah, I don't know. How are they doing exploiting, impoverished African nations right now? That's the real question. Trump's opened up a lot of potential for international corruption for businesses. I feel like Nestle would excel there. Chocolate prices are way the fuck down. I know they're evil. That's not the issue. I don't care about that. I do worry that there's a bit of a value trap that's there. So, I mean, if I were to buy it, I'd want to buy it at like a significant discount. It's definitely not the kind of thing people want to invest in right now. So are most other companies. Nestle's just the old version of human rights abuses. Now we have things like Palantir and Microsoft data centers. Who would have thought that their area would have no fresh water because of AI? No, no, I don't. I don't care if you want to own it or buy it. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a value trap there. Consumer non durables aren't particularly attractive right now. Obviously, because tech's pumping and um, those are generally like a flight to safety kind of rotation. This is a very interesting start to the day. I'll say that much. A little surprised we've sold off so quickly. Yeah, I guess we'll see if we get support here. Um, a little bit of sold put support 45, 35, 25 to the downside of spot. Looks like the sold put legs from this morning rolled down to 67.10, 67.05. Bit of an attempt to crush realized vol, but call selling obviously more attractive at open than put selling. So yeah, I would say the 50 support's not that strong. Um, we got some bot puts at 50 and 40 that are coming in right now. It depends. I mean, this is a good point for bulls to try to turn it around, but if we lose 48, we probably dump more. Looks like put buying to the downside's increasing pretty much across every strike down to like 66.90. There's some bot calls 55, 60, 40. So little pushback from the bulls, but not very much yet. Just have to kind of see how this evolves as we float around support here. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I don't know, I would just buy it cheaper. With like, historic P is probably like closer to around 15. That might be a more attractive price point. 15x or something like that. Usually, consumer non-durables will pick up if people are worried about the economy, or at least they can be like a safe haven if people are worried about the economy. Buying puts at 90 was probably pretty fucking good. Looks like it's got a little bit of support at 80 this morning. There's obviously plenty of room for it to fall to the downside. ES is moving back up to retest 6,800 here. Oh, yeah, I could flip Discord on. There you go. What about sex? I have a reverse merger with delisted equities. Oh, fuck off. Why is it that the data centers increased our electricity bills? Because you need to subsidize them. Who do you expect them to pay for their own stuff? Weird. Hmm. All right. Yes, rejected right off of the 6,800 test. Some interest picking up at 67.40, 45. On the upside move here. A little bit of put selling, but not very much. There's not enough electricity for the plan build out. The overall demand's going up, so rates are going up. Power grids are usually regional, so if you have a huge amount of draw on the regional power grid, power companies going to raise transmission rates for everyone unilaterally. Ooh, that was fun. No gap on ES, but nasty rejection. Hmm. Not unless AI fixes fusion. Fission? Fusion. Hmm. Both. Ooh, is SRF trading at a discount to NAV? Hmm. Yeah, 5% discount to NAV. That's pretty sweet. Maybe I should add some. No, this is bearish. I said this morning, losing 50 opens up like a $20-$25 downside move. It's kind of a big deal. There's a little bit of support at 40 and 30, but not a ton. 40-35 starts to squeeze off quite a lot of sold puts too. Do you have a PT for Baba? No. Down? It's kind of been doing that. I guess I could find like where support is. It's quite a lot of room. I don't know, 150? Gamma starts to flatten out around like 65, so that might be initial support somewhere in here between 70 and 60. 70 and 55? 70 and 60. A little bit of minor support at 40. Probably bullish if it broke back up into positive gamma. If it stays below, continuation. It's not big support though. It's kind of minimal. Some put profit taking. Getting some sold puts, 25, 30, 35, 40. Bought puts at 45 still. These are still skewed a bit to the downside. Oh, that's right. I forgot to fucking post Pickles pics. Whoops. Hmm. Is today Super Bear Day? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe. I've already sold off quite a bit here. There's definitely more room to continue down, though. And another retest at like the 6,700 level, I don't think would be super bullish. Trump's going to be in Jerusalem on Sunday. Takaichi says there's no intention of triggering an excessively weak yen, which turned the dollar around pretty hard earlier. Yields at the top end of the curve are moving up, dollar's up. Yeah. Dow and Russell selling off a little bit harder than tech and ES. Oil's back down a bit. Gold, you got some profit taking. Silver's up. Copper's up. Still getting that turnaround in vol. Correlation's starting to bounce back a little bit on the drop here. So some breakdown and dispersion. Oops. Carry leverage up. Forward yield on vols up. Skew bumped yesterday. Breath looks like shit. Fed fund futures aren't really doing anything interesting. Hmm. Sliding a little bit below 40 here. There's short puts to squeeze at 35. Futures leverage is flat. Yeah, we're getting kind of close to failing the uptrend on the daily. Need to lose, what the fuck is that? 67.30, 32. Right around Vega neutral. De-risking before the long weekend? Maybe. I mean, also, I don't think people expect consumer sentiment to be particularly good. Hmm. Getting some more sold put support at 35 and 30. We could squeeze the new pits out. They represent a fairly small amount of actual support, at least relative to the rest of the chain. Major sold put support's down at like 67.10. So really, I think the question here is, are bulls gonna sell the puts harder, or bears gonna sell the calls harder? And I would say until that upside gap gets filled back in, bears are probably gonna be a little bit cautious. Yes, VWAP is at like 67.98, which is what we rejected off of on the last upside test. Hmm. NQ looks a little weaker. Yeah, 47.50 to 67.50 gap. Well, 47 to 50. If we retest 50 and we see bears jump in with calls, like we see the sold calls pick up, that might be a better indication for failures into the rest of the day. If we're gonna maintain this downtrend or not. How's it feel being a known Antifa agitator? This is fine. It's like me, that chicken guy. There's like the frog dude. All funded by George Soros. Speaking of which, George, if you're watching this, I haven't gotten your check for this month. My TDS is wearing off. Didn't Basant work for Soros? Yeah, yeah, it was like his poster boy. You need to verbally say /s. This administration does not understand sarcasm. This administration doesn't understand /s either. Also accurate. Struggling with 45. Struggling to push up above 45. bit contested. Like, if we want a bearish continuation for the day, it'd be better if we fill the gap now while calls are expensive than later in the day when they're cheap. Credit is a bankrupt first brand, says billion simply vanished. Yeah, I saw that. Good old fraud. It's amazing how long it can go on for. Hmm. Slightly higher low. I don't know. We'll see if they try to push up again. I don't believe in bears. They don't. I don't know if they care. We are getting quite a lot of sold calls at 45.50, which is kind of what we were looking for as we chopped here. It seems like some of the 30, 35 sold puts are pulling back. I think bears might be winning a little bit. I still think we could get a 50 test though. I'm just surprised bulls haven't pushed harder for it, I guess. There is a huge gap, to the upside. I'm not sure we're gonna fill it either. Hmm. Down we go. Hmm. Gross. Hmm. How long have you been part of the Antifa movement? Fuck. A long time. Yeah, I've been pretty Antifa for years. Tastes like dishwater. Dishwater with uncooked meat in it. Did you hear that your girlfriend got arrested in Portland? Bundy's bragging about it. Antifa? All this time I thought you were saying Antifa. No, 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 no. Stronger support here? No, not really. There's just a little bit of support left at 35, but no support to the downside of 35 at all. At least on the 40 test, we had 35 and 30 support. Now we just have 35 support. I think we'd probably lose 35. uh, yeah, we definitely need an anti stream card. Fuzz just bad ramen. It's like it wants to be ramen, but it sucks. I've had so much good, like, quote, good pho. It's not even funny. It's all been just fucking terrible. Fucking hot cilantro dishwater with unseasoned, terrible meat and salt. It's just bad. It's just, yeah, fucking terrible. I'm gonna open up a pho restaurant called Fucking Terrible. Burrito tacos are amazing. You can get other kinds of broth with ramen. No, yeah, it actually doesn't taste like soap to me. I don't have that recessive allele, but it just like yeah, it's Vietnam dishwater. That's what it is. It's garbage. It's like they take some garbage, like kitchen scraps, and then they put it in water, and they're like, "Here, this is pho." Banh mi, amazing. Pho, terrible. You don't like tripe? Fuck no. Yeah, I don't want any. I don't want anything that has like organ meat in it. I don't want to eat offal in my soup. It's okay. Some countries just like historically didn't have a lot of money or food, you know, and they had to develop their cuisines around that. And that's not something that I judge them for. It's, the best soup they could make. I like Chinese food. That's not heavily colonizer influenced. Where's this going, Wizard Man? It's already where I said it would go. I guess we could drop to 20 next. Starts to get real bearish if we lose 30, though. Then it's hard to say. It could be 20, it could be 6,700. I don't even like ketchup. That's Bondi. I don't eat fascist foods. What do you say, ketchup? That's catsup. This is a legitimate spelling. This is how people thought it was spelled. Ketchup is only the dominant spelling because of Heinz. Do you know what ketchup was invented for? You would slather, before the days of refrigeration, you would slather your rotten meat in it, and it would make it edible. Or, well, at least bearable. How did I look that up? Holy fuck, there's so many different names for ketchup. It supposedly stems from the Malay word kikap or kekap, which was a fish sauce. which then translated into the original spelling of catsup. But some other fun names over the years have been cack chop, corn chop, kitsip, cat soup, more Thai version of that, cat shoop, cotpock, cotpuck, and then kutchpuck. The most important one, trash. Yeah. Also, much like wine, there are good and bad ketchup vintages because the type and quality of tomatoes harvested in that year can affect the richness and flavor of the ketchup. It also, interestingly, stimulates all 5 known palatable senses of salty, sweet, bitter, sour, and umami. Fuck out of here with your ketchup knowledge. I love the days where the pickle jar becomes just a little bit better. He kept telling me it was cat's dung, to which I replied several times, huh? I did it, trash. It was me. Shit. So it was just ketchup, but they called it cat's dung? I tried to search your ugly pho images for your stream card. They look exactly the same as normal pho images. Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. Well, you were lurking in the stream trash, and the random gifting caught you. Oh shit! I can switch the stream to members only on the fly. So if I want to say things just to zillionaires and pigeon whales, I can do that and then switch it back. How did you wait, hold on. How could you have received a free gifted sub if you weren't here? I didn't even know they emailed people. Josh, you know full well I have no idea how to do that. No, we bounced. So sure. I'm not actually sure what we bounced off of. It would appear there's just nothing at the 25 strike. I guess maybe some put profit taking. Technical acumen continues to whelm me. Nice. I need more tea. I'll be right back. Yeah, the only reason the stream even has ads or memberships is because YouTube had like a pop up and it was like, "Do you want to make money?" And I was like, "Yes." And then it kind of did the rest for me. Post your credit card number is a prank. I'm still waiting on my pop up IRL. Want to make money? Yes. Proceeds to make money. That's how it worked. And then we created this glorious capitalistic culture. If you can't afford $100 a month, you get called poor every day. Yeah. Hence the discount. What the fuck is money? It's the thing you get when you give people drugs. You had to put in work though. For instance, hosting Houston Wade. Yeah, I did have to wade through that. Not easy. Did you see JFresh get in an argument with him? Money seemed like robbed. No, no, it was years ago, trash. I don't talk to other YouTubers anymore. Houston Wade went off the deep end after Bobby real badly. Yeah, but then he tried to correct JFresh on thermodynamics, so he became briefly relevant again. Does he still live in his grandma's living room? Houston has a problem. Isn't he a scientist of sorts? I see. I knew he had a like a. I thought he was like a geology hobbyist. Um, and like part time geology hobbyist, full time server at TGI Fridays. There's one thing I'm not arguing with JFresh on. It's thermodynamics because of his PhD. Me and Chat GPT are gonna roast his ass. I can't wait to move into my new house next week. Oh, nice. You close on it? Checked with meat thermometer. Chicken is cooked. Spatchcocked with 5 spice. Dark soy and honey glaze. Ooh, that actually sounds quite good. Post a picture of it in Cornichon Cordon Bleu. If you were sentenced to life in prison but let out in 10 years for good behavior, but you'd have to listen to Wade or Bagel Guy every day, who are you choosing? I'm gonna hang myself with a shoelace in the bathroom. When Kirk lets me host the Pickle Jar official meet and greet festival, while we all express our autism, yeah, we're gonna do Tylenol slushies. I don't think a shoelace will hold you up, bud. Maybe like a boot, like the boot ones. I might weigh less after 10 years in prison. Also, has anybody seen any private prisons moving towards my idea of giving all of the prisoners Ozempic? I'm gonna pitch that as my way to get out of Guantanamo when they send me there for being anti-fa. No, be real, you'd be beefed up. Yeah, but beefed up, I still weigh less than I do now. Yeah, anti-fa. It's a movement. It's not really an organization or anything. More like an ideology. The bot calls to the upside, 45.50. Lies. It's highly organized. How much does a centaur weigh then? I don't know, like 16 to 18 stone. Didn't they just arrest the girlfriend of the leader of Antifa, though? I think that's just fascist propaganda. Do you think life would be easier if you were dumb every day? Not just easier, but so much happier. You ever see someone on the street and they're smiling just by themselves, nothing going on, happy to, I don't know, be alive that day or just doing whatever they're doing? I immediately assume those people have a mental problem. Like, yeah, they're dumb. Fucking idiots being happy. Well, yeah, after you can determine it's not drugs, then they must be an idiot. No, 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 that's wrong. I'm anti-fascist. It's a triple negative. Google says Oracle was targeted by hackers and a huge amount of data was compromised. Ooh, bullish. It's a literal witch hunt. They might no, it's not. It's they're trying to set precedents for arresting whoever the fuck they want. Because if you have a fake organization, anyone can be a part of it, including anyone opposing you. I figured they were on Prozac. Maybe. Do other people have a right to form well regulated militias? Theoretically. We also have the right to free speech. Except yesterday, Trump said he took away free speech. Who the fuck eats their peaches straight from the freezer? What recruitment benefits do you offer for joining Antifa? Well, the first thing, you no longer have to eat pho. And you'll have a community where you can openly discuss your hatred of pho without being judged. I haven't heard from Dork in 2 days. Citizens United really fucked this place. Don't mind being judged. I hate pho too. Nice. Which? That's next. The Ministry of Faith hasn't spun up its endeavors that much yet. We got Theta November 21 and waited it out, and I'm up a day's worth of work on a single Baba put. Is waiting another day over holding. There's some support at 70 and then down at 60. But it does have more room. Do I need to tell my witch backstory again? Wait, if it has anything to do with you, a cat, being Wiccan, or a rune circle, I don't want to hear it. Are you gonna bail Dork out of jail then? No, 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 no. He's been arrested without due process, I think. So there's no bail option. No, Jen Jen is not a runic magic lady. Oh, okay. I think I remember what you're talking about. You gave me I got flashbacks of runic glory and I got scared. Yep, Owl got them too. Your regular announcement. Gherkin is still a stunt god. Feels good. Thanks, Gherk. Thanks, Updog. Listen, if you're that angry about it, Nietzsche, why don't you go put some rocks in a circle? Fun fact, our president doesn't know what habeas corpus is. Well, doesn't know and doesn't care are two different things. My great ex grandmother was the first woman in Andover, Mass. to be burned at the stake during the Salem witch trials. The preacher, Cotton Mather, called her the Queen of Hell. Okay, that's actually dope. I mean, not the part where she got burned at the stake, but great nickname. I also had ancestors on the Pilgrim boat, Mayflower. What was the name? Fuck. He was like some governor dude. I don't remember. No. Don't say that too loud. Ice will hear you. What was his name? No, not Scott Pilgrim. I don't think he was actually on that boat. William Brewster from Scrooby. Doxed. I haven't bought any Dole in a long time. I'll probably wait for a drop. Scroobies in Nottinghamshire. He kind of looks like me. Maybe like a different hat. Stream card. Yeah. One second. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Does anybody else think Stephen Miller looks like a foreskin stretched over a light bulb? That's oddly specific. There's a reason. I'm working on a thing. That rejection off the gamma flip is clean as fuck. Yeah, it's not bad. Bulls took profits. Stephen Miller got into politics once he realized his arms were too weak to strangle hookers. Hmm. Bull's gonna charge again. I don't know. We've got room to move down to 20. Very little support. So, decent support at 15. The big, like, sold put wall to the downside's been eroding a little bit. Jesus Christ. I don't know what to fake argue about. Good morning. The fuck is Zora? I don't know. Hmm. 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 Good thing I got that candle aggregation done. Sure seems like you use it a lot. What I use the 1 minute. I do it. I can do it here. I can do 5 minutes. The 1 minute keeps the people going, for the stream. It's far more exciting. Especially the 5 minute, people might start making money. If they get rich, they're gonna stop watching. I'd watch with more smugness. Thanks, guys. This guy's also a rock collector. Our sunken ports, that is. I don't think candlestick duration is my problem. I see. Huh? I think I'm onto something here, guys. Tooties and Pooties V2? Even better. Hold on. We don't get super hard Vs that often when we open, dump, and stay under flips. Is that true or anecdata? It's true. It's harder to V from below gamma flips. If we fall below GN on the weekly, it'll be really hard to V. What's up, Nuke? The relocation company gave me 2 agents to choose from. How should I pick? Trial by combat? Yeah, make them fight over it. Paper trade competition? I was thinking more like battle on the Scottish Highlands with katanas. Sean Connery style. No, no, he didn't comment on the economy at all. Okay. There can be only one. Hmm. Hmm. Do I get calls at the bottom? Inconceivable. Might not be the bottom. Fill the fitty gap. Yeah, we still have that up there. Not on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute it is untouched. Monday, October 14th. Fixed income markets are closed. Hmm. Sounds bullish. Resistance at 40. Lower high, you think? The market is up 25% in 6 months. Isn't it more than that? It's up 39.32% from its low. Ow. What kind of pontiff thunder? Nice try. Hmm. KVU dip over? Is it starting to bounce back? Ooh, nice. Yeah, looks like it. Turning around a bit. They've got earnings coming up pretty soon, too. October 23rd. Hmm. All right, I'm going to show you guys what I've been working on. You ready? Oh, NW missed the whole anti-fa thing. Yeah, it's Stephen Miller as Hans Landa. You're talking shit about fa? Yeah, yeah. The pickle jar's been one of the leaders of the anti-fa movement for some time. Blasphemy. Mm. Mm. All right, I've done it. I've completed my masterpiece. The bar's been set too high. So this is how the stream ends. You'll be remembered by dozens of autists. You know, they said you couldn't get a free vacation to El Salvador. Little did they know. No, I can't. I can't look at that other bowl of. What are the chances that we close at 35? Between 35 and 50 right now. Pretty high. Are we still talking about pho? Yeah. A lot of Trump gibberish hitting the newsfeed. Must be a cabinet meeting. Um, is he having a moment? senior moment right now. He's really getting just as bad as Biden.
Process of favored
He
nations
is.
right now. We've exercised that clause because we were subsidizing the entire world. The entire world pays a fraction of what the United States has been paying. And we've already, numerous
Have they brought up Antifa?
companies have already signed. And other countries are a bigger problem because they've been getting a subsidized rate. We've been paying for years. This has gone on for 30 years. We've been reducing the rate of drugs for other countries because we've been paying much more than we're supposed to. And they used all sorts of ideas like research and development. I said, what about Germany? What about these other countries? Aren't they paying? No, we have to pay research and development. It was all nonsense, and I couldn't listen to it anymore. So it's a very radical, big, tough shift. Very tough. We got a lot of things going on today. But, you know, and you probably heard me say this in my first term, I think it was my third year, we reduced drugs from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And I was so proud of it. I actually had a news conference to announce it, and it was 1/8 of 1%. Think of that, which is barely a reduction. But it's the first time in 28 years that there was a reduction in drug prices for the year. So from the beginning to the end, it was 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I did something that nobody else could do. But when I started to think about it, I said, doesn't make sense. And then I'm starting to look at numbers where a pill or a treatment or some pharmaceutical product is selling in Europe for 10% of what we pay for in New York City or in any one of our places, and cities, states. And then I see people leaving for other countries to go buy their pharmaceuticals, where they make journeys to various other countries, including Europe, where they got the best bargains of all. And I put an end to it. It's over. And now we're, you know, in major, I guess, disputes, but we're winning the disputes by a lot. With the countries, a couple of countries said, we won't do this. I said, well, it's unfair that we're paying 10%, and, you know, you're paying just a fraction of what we're paying for the same product made in the same plant. And they said, well, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay. You don't have to do it. But I'm going to put a tariff of 9% or 7% or whatever the amount of money is. And I'm going to put a tariff on your country for the amount of money that you're taking advantage of us for. No, you can't. I said, yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do that. And they would immediately agree. And it'd make the tariff substantially more than the number we're talking about. And they would immediately agree. So we have the consent, I think, Bobby, of every country, essentially. They know that if they don't do it, we're going to put a tariff on for double the price, and then they're going to do it. So we never had that before. You never had anybody in here that knew what the hell they were doing, I'll be honest. It really it makes me angry. Because for years and years, and this started many years ago, and basically we subsidize the world. So this is going to have a huge positive impact on Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. But anything where there's pharmaceuticals, drugs involved, it's going to have a tremendous impact. So we're going to get drug reductions of 100%. I told you 1/8 of 1% that I was proud of myself. Now you're going to get 100%, 150%, 200, 300, 400, 500%. You're going to get the biggest drug reductions that you've ever seen. And they're already, I guess they're starting to kick in, but we've made deals with numerous companies and we're going for the full board. We want whatever the price is. So that would mean that the world price, because the world is bigger than the United States, a lot more people, but the world price will go up a little bit and our price will come down a lot. So if a pill sells for $10 in London and $100 here, the pill will go to $20 in London and $20 for us. It's pretty simple. And that is a number that nobody can even fathom. It's a little like tariffs. Nobody knew how big they were. Nobody knew until they started seeing the trillions of dollars that have come in. I don't know why they didn't understand it. It's something they should have understood. We were taken advantage of for years with tariffs, And now, I don't want to say we're taking advantage, but we've become a very strong country because of the money that's coming in. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen our government. And remember, at the same funding levels, both parties have supported in the past. So the radical Democrats have chosen to put the economy of our country. We have the best economy we've ever had. We had the best economy in my first term, but we have an economy that's blowing it away. And we have the Democrats that are trying to obstruct. They don't want to have a good economy. I don't think they want to have a good country. That's why they try and stop our law enforcement from doing what we did in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., we have a great, safe, beautiful capital right now. Beautiful. It's so safe. You can walk down the street. Numerous people standing before me were mugged. And you're not going to get mugged anymore. We have a safe capital, one of the safest. We took it from one of the most unsafe places to one of the most safe places in the country. And we also beautified it, and we're in the process of doing even more so. So we're very proud of our capital. Again, we were embarrassed by our capital. A lot of people being killed. They'd come from Iowa, Indiana, Florida. They'd come up, and they end up getting shot. They're not getting shot. We moved out 1,700 people approximately, right? Approximately 1,700 hardened criminals, career criminals. They moved them out. So Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the congressional Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage. I will tell you, a lot of Democrats want to get this thing open too. They do. They're calling us, and they just want to get it open. And all we're doing is saying, just play the same thing until we get it straight. And they don't know how to go about it. I mean, and the problem is we really don't know who the hell is leading the Democrats. You have this AOC, I don't know her at all, but I watched her the other day. She said, well, if they want, they could come to my office. That's not leadership, you know. The only one that challenged her actually was Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy's not looking too good. I don't know what happened to Nancy, but she's not looking great. But she was the only one, I give her credit, she was the only one that challenged her. But AOC said that they can come to her office and negotiate, the Republicans. And we're saying, oh, I didn't know she was in leadership. But she's taking Hakeem Jeffries' place, and Schumer's afraid that she's going to run against him. And right now, I don't know, he can change, life is crazy, right? But right now he can't beat, I don't think he can beat anybody. So he'll lose in a primary. I would say he'll retire before he loses in a primary. So I think Schumer's going to retire because he can't beat anybody. His polls are so bad. Meanwhile, the Democrat shutdown is causing pain and suffering for hardworking Americans, including our military, our air traffic controllers, and impoverished mothers, people with young children, people that have to live not the greatest of lives. But we're doing so many tax cuts. We've cut their taxes. The great big beautiful bill, we've cut their taxes at levels that nobody's ever seen. I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's been a great thing for a lot of people. They're doing great. Despite all of the damage that it's caused, the shutdown has been, you know, pretty damaging. I mean, it's not yet because it's early, but it gets a little bit worse as it goes along. And we'll be making cuts that will be permanent. And we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense. But we're only cutting Democrat programs. But we're going to start that. And we have Russell, we can talk to you about it if he wants to. But we'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this. So we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine. But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them. And having a rebellion
My
in the
puts are back
Democrat
up.
Party because they want to stop. And if you saw all of Schumer's, I watched last night like 10 different times over the years, he said, you can't shut down government, you can't shut down, and now he's the one that shut it down. So this is a confession that he's acting not to serve the people, but to serve the partisan interests of his party. And I don't think he's serving them well because they're way down. Look, they just lost an election in a landslide. You know, it was interesting. I watched Kamala, who was a sad figure. I watched her the other day saying the election was very close. I said, no, the election was a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the electoral college by, I think, 312 or 315 to 220 something. But there's another one that we won that's probably, that's why when you see the maps are completely red. It's counties. The counties, we won at 2,505 to 525. So 2,500 to 525. That's called one of the greatest, biggest landslides in history. And that's one that people are using now as a primary. But literally, when you see it colored in, the entire country is red representing Republicans. So, you know, they go around, they just lie. They just lie. And everything's a big lie with them. Well, the other side, and the other thing I don't understand is, Christie, I looked at crime numbers in Chicago. They're through the roof. And I have a governor stands up every day and tells us how wonderful Chicago is. It's just a lie. It's like a con job. It's like Gavin Newsom. He says how well he's doing in California, and they're doing terribly. Population's getting smaller. People are leaving. And other people are coming in, and, you know, I wouldn't say it's an even trade. While the other side is focused on playing games, the Trump administration is focused on creating jobs, bringing down prices, and we've really brought them down a lot. That's the other thing. We're bringing down prices a lot. We're bringing down grocery prices, but the big thing is energy. When you bring down energy, everything comes down, and the energy prices are way down. I see we're down to about $61 now a barrel. And what gasoline's going to be, I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe. And we're restoring law and order in our country. We're restoring it here, but we're restoring it right now. We're in Memphis. We're going to Chicago. We're going to other cities. Many governors are asking us to, including Democrats are trying to ask. I don't know what the big problem is. If I were a Democrat governor, I'd be saying, whatever you can do to get crime down, I'll take anybody. You can bring them in I don't care who it is. A lot of people said that. They interviewed women, these beautiful women in Chicago, black women with a MAGA hat, a red hat. They said, we don't care who he brings in here, but this place is really dangerous. We just want crime to stop. It's true. They don't care. You know, they don't differentiate between the National Guard and the Marines. They don't care. They'll take anybody. And that's the way it is. I mean, they want what we did in D.C., they want to happen to them. And it's happening in Memphis already. I see in less than a week, the numbers are really good. And it'll be great. And we'll fix that. We'll go to various other places, and we're going to be stopping crime in our cities, and that's a great thing, and we won't get credit for it, but it's a great thing. We've launched a historic campaign to take back our nation from the gangs and the street criminals, violent repeat offenders, illegal alien lawbreakers, domestic extremists, and savage, bloodthirsty cartels. And very little, by the way, is coming in by water, in case you haven't known. The drugs aren't coming in by water. In fact, we can't even find any boats in the water anymore. We had boats, we were like a subway train loaded up with drugs. Every single boat that you see getting taken out kills 25,000 Americans. Think of that. Because it's pretty tough stuff. But it kills 25,000 Americans. So when you hear that, it's no longer tough. But here in Washington, we've deployed federal law enforcement and National Guard to restore public safety, and we're working to replicate that in numerous places all over the country. And we have a very powerful military. We have a very powerful National Guard. I want to thank the governor of Texas, who has been, as usual, great. Governor Abbott, he gave us 400 troops without even a question. And we have other governors likewise doing what has to be done, because they know we have to confront crime. We're directly confronting the sinister threat of left-wing domestic terrorism and violence, including the terrorist group Antifa. You saw that yesterday. We had a news conference. Antifa's out of control in Portland and other places, but mostly Portland in the case of Antifa. And we had people that were really badly affected by them. It was terrible. So one of those things, but we're knocking the hell out of them. And we're looking for the people that are funding them, and those people are going to be just as guilty as the people that smack people over the head with a baseball bat. And I'd like now to ask Attorney General Bondi and Secretary Noem to discuss this a little bit and tell where we are. And then we'll go around the room. We'll go quickly. We're going to go quickly if we can because we have a lot of things to do, including I won't be spending that much time here because I'll be leaving fairly soon for the Middle East. And I'm very honored to be involved with that, I'll tell you. It's a great thing for our country. People are so happy about it. I've never experienced anything quite like it. I've never seen such universal praise for being able to do something. No, it's something that nobody thought was possible, and we're going to end up having peace in the Middle East. Who would have thought? So, Pam, could you start, and then Christy, please.
Sure, President Trump, and despite the Democrat shutdown of our government, our law enforcement officers are out there working without paychecks, round the clock to keep and make America safe. Secretary Hegseth and I were recently in Memphis. We had 1,100 law enforcement officers in one room with us. The Memphis PD, they were the happiest to see us, don't you think, Secretary Hegseth, of anyone. We had ATF, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals. I'm not sure if our park police were there. We had Treasury, Secretary Bessent, and of course we had Secretary Noem's Homeland Security, all working together with the Guard. They were so happy to have us there. We've been making arrests left and right. So far, we made 562 arrests and seized 144 illegal guns just in the short time we've been in Memphis.
And many of these people are career criminals. And when you take them out of a place, your crime rate just goes down. These people commit crimes every single day. They're sick. And we're taking them out. In some cases, we're bringing them back to their countries where Biden allowed with the stupid open borders that we had in our country to come in, but they're being brought back to other places or they're being put in jail, but they're career criminals.
President Trump, last night alone, we made 91 arrests, 19 firearms off the streets, and one was a warrant for a homicide, and 4 sex offenders who had active warrants. One was a sex offender on a child. Everything we did in Memphis was worth it, in my opinion, for that one arrest. Think about that. We got a child rapist off the streets, but yet we've made 562 arrests and still going strong in Memphis. Just what we did in D.C. But it's because it's all of us. It's a team working for you to make America safe all together, round the clock.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pam.
Thank
You're doing
you,
a great
President
job.
Trump.
And it's amazing that we're not getting cooperation from Democrats. It's like, it's a new issue. You know, we have all the old issues of the wall and the border and all of the things, men playing in women's sports who they still want that, transgender for everybody. All these issues are so crazy, but we have a new one. It's called crime. We stop crime and they allow crime. They want crime. It doesn't make sense. I think it's as ridiculous as the other things that we talk about all the time. But I've added it onto our list, a 5-letter word called crime. We stop it, and they actually incite it. It's crazy. You would think they'd want them. You'd think they'd want Christy and Pam and all of the people. If we needed the military, Pete will be there. We've got a massive military. We have the best numbers we've ever had for recruitment. We have a lot of people now. We have people that can't get into them. In a great economy, they want to be soldiers again. A year ago, they didn't want to even think about it. Same thing as with police and firemen, everything. They want to join. They're proud of our country again. Christy, go ahead, please.
Well, sir, thank you for your leadership and for deploying all of government to help us keep our country safe. You have talked extensively about how threatened our ICE officers are, but all of our law enforcement out there. And we saw the shooting in Dallas at that facility, so we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is, and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're gonna not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're gonna be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of. Because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out in the streets. And then I was in Portland, went out and back on Tuesday, and met with the governor, met with the mayor, met with the chief of police.
Oh,
and the
shit, that was
superintendent of
off.
The highway patrol.
Give me 1 second. I didn't even know that was
All
off.
lying and disingenuous and dishonest people, because as soon as you leave the room, then they make the exact opposite response. So we're looking at new facilities to purchase. They're in Portland too, and we're going to double down. And I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. So I want to thank Pete and the Department of War for all their help. They've been fantastic, but while we fight litigation and work with Pam on that, we're going to send more of our resources and men and women out there to keep everybody safe. So no
President-
worries. What we see in DC and what we see in Memphis for benefits for people in the safety and security, we'll see that in Chicago and
And
Portland.
the numbers in Memphis, it's only a week, but the numbers have
Right.
been amazing, I understand.
That's exactly right.
The
They've
crime
been
numbers are way down.
fantastic, and it shows what a partnership can be between local law enforcement and the federal government. And if we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will.
All right.
But the people
That's
demand
fine.
And
the
President
safety.
Trump, my lawyers are in court right now as we speak for you, arguing in Chicago and Portland to keep them safe, to bring in the guard. The government doesn't want it there, but we do. We're going to keep their citizens safe, thanks
The
to
people
you.
want it. I don't understand the politics of it. I don't understand why a Pritzker's trying to protect people that are
They're more
really
scared
bad.
of, they're more scared of the anarchists that are on the street and the politics of it than they are of doing the right thing.
I think they're afraid.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
they're
they're
scared.
threatened. They don't tell us, but I think Pritzker's threatened by people. 'Cause there's no other reason that this could be possible, that they don't want to have a safe Chicago. And we can solve the problem very quickly. And we're doing that anyway, regardless of if he doesn't want it or if he does want it, we're doing it anyway. So make sure.
I asked the mayor that himself. He said that Portland was perfectly safe, a beautiful city, no problems. And I said, well, why did you clear the streets for me today then and build out a 4-block radius to make sure I could get in and out of here? And these people on the street screaming death to ICE. There's graffiti that says Molotovs melt ice. We have the guillotines. We're going to use them. The
Portland's
things that-
almost different. It's like anarchists.
It is. It really
You know,
is.
it's really different than a lot
It's
of the
awful.
others. This is a sick situation, but those are anarchists. Those are people that want to overthrow government. They're really degenerates. And we're finding out who is supplying all of those beautiful signs and everything
Well,
else.
Scott's been fantastic. His team finding the financial networks is great. That's what
Okay,
gives
Scott,
everybody.
Scott will do that. That's easy for Scott.
We got a great team, sir.
That's good. How about we go to Marco? You can talk a little bit about what's going on and
Well,
go ahead.
yeah, Mr. President, I don't know if one day perhaps the entire story will be told about the events of yesterday, but suffice it to say, it's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved. It really began with your trip to the Middle East, where these relationships were forged with partners in the region, personal relationships, close relationships that created the foundation where all of this was possible. Where I think this really took a turn. Remember, a month ago, no one thought this was possible. Where it really took a turn about a month ago, less than a couple weeks ago, is when we were at the United Nations, and you convened a historic meeting, not simply of Arab countries, but of Muslim-majority countries from around the world, including Indonesia was there, Pakistan was there, and created this coalition behind this plan. Then on that following Monday, you met with the Prime Minister of Israel here, and that plan was presented. And then, of course, our great negotiating team followed up on it. In the interim, again, perhaps the stories will be told, perhaps they will never be told. The President had some extraordinary phone calls and meetings that required a high degree of intensity and commitment, and made this happen. And I think what's important to understand is that yesterday what happened was really a human story. There's a geopolitical aspect to it, there's no doubt about it. It creates the conditions for Gaza to one day be a normal place again, and people to have a better life, and Israelis to be safe. But yesterday was a human story. And because of the work you put in, and honestly, not only is there no other leader in the world that could have put this together, Mr. President, but frankly, I don't know of any American president in the modern era that could have made this possible. Because of the actions you have taken unrelated to this, and because of who you are and what you've done and how you're viewed. And this weekend, because of that, at some point very soon, we are going to see 20 living human beings emerge from the darkness into the light for the first time in 2 years. And that is because not only were you used the credibility and the power and the prestige of this office and the relationships you created, and you committed yourself to making it happen. And I think it will go down as a historic moment in the history of our country, and something our country should be very proud of, that we have a president that's committed to not just peace, but to the human aspect of reuniting these families. My last point on this is just a couple days ago, Secretary Lutnick hosted us all, many of us, at the Kennedy Center. And we have these families, we've interacted with them for so many years, for 2 years now. And the stories are heartbreaking, both whose families are alive and those who are deceased as well, who want their relatives back so that they can complete the process of grieving. And it was, we had all hoped that perhaps that was the day that we would have an announcement for them on the anniversary of the 7th. But I know you were able to speak to some of those families last night. And I just hope the whole nation understands how incredibly proud they should be of their president and of their country for the role that they've played. And I don't want to let this moment pass, Mr. President, without also noting the incredible work of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're an incredible team working together, facing some substantial impediments to even being there this weekend and doing it. Let me just leave it at that. And they've done a great job on your behalf, Mr. President. They deserve a tremendous amount of credit. But thank you for what you've done for the world. For the world.
Thank you very much, Rose. I appreciate it. I think because we have a very busy day with all that's going on, what we'll do is maybe just a few of you raise your hand if you'd like to say something that don't talk too long, Doug. He's doing such a great job. So good that he could talk all day. That's the problem, right? But go ahead. And what we'll do is just take a few hands, and then we'll go back to getting peace done. Okay? We'll go a little bit quicker. We'll take a few questions from the press. Go ahead, please.
President Trump, I just want to double down on what Marco was sharing. It's such a remarkable accomplishment. Agree that no other president could have done this, but what set the groundwork for you able to do that? When you took office on January 20th, you made a 180-degree turn in our military strength with Pete's leadership. You were the master class in peace through strength. So militarily, we've completely turned around. We've demonstrated that through execution against Iran and others, that we have force. We want to end wars, but we'll use power if we have to. And then secondarily, peace through strength is also the prosperity, having the strongest economy and being willing to wield the power of a tariff in addition to the military power to reorder the globe. Those two things that you're standing on, both economic power and military power, allowed these negotiations to go forward. And I think as you've described the importance of these economic negotiations and all the trade deals, but that also begins with another 180-degree turn, and that was the 180-degree turn on energy. You have used energy diplomacy to bring prosperity to the American people, and you've used it to bring peace abroad. The combination of those three things have been remarkable, and now we're seeing the remarkable result. And we got one more that I know you want to end with Russia and Ukraine. Energy is going to play a key role in that, and now with this historic agreement, we're in a position working with the Middle East to also end the Russian-Ukraine conflict. So again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Doug. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll go to you for a second. You can just cap out what he said about the military, how well we're doing, and how big it is, and how strong it is.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. At the War Department, you don't get peace without strength. And our job is to be the strength part of the equation and deliver that when necessary, as you demonstrated with your Order of Midnight Hammer, and the entire world saw. And I just want to echo what Marco said. It is a personal honor to be able to witness the way you lead and negotiate. I wish people had a full understanding of what that looks like, that historic nature. A lot of us vets, the Vice President, Tulsi, Lee, Doug, probably after decades of war and the chaos that was unleashed through reckless and foolish American policies, never thought this kind of peace would be possible. Yet, with your strength, with your ability to wield trade negotiations, personal relationships, to open up that opportunity is truly historic on the world stage. And it creates a whole number of other cascading effects. And watching Marco and the Vice President and Steve and Jared, the CIA director, everybody come together to make it happen. You've formed a phenomenal team, Mr. President. And at the War Department, our job is to make sure if and when there's question about American commitment, the whole world knows we've got the biggest, strongest, most lethal, and most ready War Department in the world, which is true, which is why we saw record recruitment in 2025, Mr. President. The first 2 weeks of 2026 already blows that out. FY 2026 already blows it out of the water. In fact, re-enlistment has already met its year-long goal in the Marine Corps in 2026. 2 weeks. Okay? You can't, there's no other way to create that kind of love and enthusiasm than with your leadership, sir. And it is an honor to work with Pam and with Christy and the cities across the country to make sure American citizens and law enforcement are protected with our National Guard. But that's a core mission. And last thing, Mr. President, on the southwest border, the first group that rotated in to lock down that border to 0 crossings is now rotating out. And with a new border medal, the Southwest Border Medal, or it's actually called the Mexican Border Medal, revived from 1918, that will be pinning on their chest. So thank you for renaming the department, and we're trying to live up to it every day. Thank you, sir.
I mean, think of this. We have record numbers of recruitment. 1 year ago, there were stories, front page stories, so we couldn't get anybody to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. My beautiful, I call it our beautiful Space Force. I love our Space Force. It's turned out to be very important. But we couldn't get anybody to join. Nobody wanted to join, including our police and fire. They didn't want to join anything. Recruitment was embarrassing. We couldn't get anybody. And now we're brimming. Now it's, and they're getting in based on merit now. A soldier's a soldier. They come in now based on merit, not based on woke stuff that anybody can qualify. You have to qualify for jobs. You have to qualify for certain types of jobs. And it's amazing. So we were embarrassed a year ago. Think of it, a little bit more than a year ago. I think it stopped on November 5th. I think it really started, this all started on November 5th, the election day. But now everybody wants to be in. We have an overabundance, and maybe we should raise it a little bit. I don't know.
I like that idea, sir.
But we could raise it. But we have so many people want to join, and they're proud of our country again. JD, could I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. So just a couple of things. Mr. President, first of all, congratulations on yesterday. It was a big day. To Marco, to Susie, to the entire team. But in particular, viewing it from this perspective where for months the fake news media attacked you, attacked the entire team, attacked your approach. You know, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing again and again, expecting a different result. The reason we're here is because the president actually charted a different course with a different team. He vested a lot of authority in Steve Witkoff in particular, and that's why we're here. It's because you did something different, and I think it's important to recognize that. I also think the president, you know, Marco mentioned the president's personal touch being a big part of this. The one thing I would say is obviously the president of the United States, a New York real estate billionaire, one of the most famous New Yorkers in the world, has a lot of interaction with a lot of people who are very pro-Israel. I think that was an important set of experiences and life experiences that he brought to the table. He also, of course, knew one of the most famous Palestinians in the world, Chuck Schumer, and I think without that background of knowledge, it would have been impossible to get us to this point. Second thing I want to say, just on Chuck Schumer, the president mentioned this, that Chuck Schumer said this has been very good for us this morning about the shutdown. One of the things that we talked about before all the media came in, and that all of us are going to work on for the rest of the day, we've been working on for days, is how to make the shutdown as painless as possible on the American people. So while Chuck Schumer brags about this being good, and I think the president is right, it's not good for him politically as much as he might think that it is, it's causing real consequences for the American people. There's a low-income food program, the WIC program, that my mom actually used when I was a baby. That program is about to be underfunded, and it's about to get cut off because Chuck Schumer won't open the government. We have troops. The Secretary of War mentioned how well we're doing on recruitment. We're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer is shutting down the U.S. government. There are veterans benefits that are going to suffer. There are Americans that are going to suffer because Chuck Schumer refuses to do his job. So while we're all celebrating this incredible success that we've had on the world stage, the country could be doing so much better if Chuck Schumer did his job and opened the government. Every single Republican, except for Rand Paul, has voted to open the government. A few moderate Democrats, to their credit, have voted with us to open the government. We just need 5 more Democrats to come to their senses and let the people's government serve the American people. I hope that they'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris, was
Yeah, to follow up on that point, Mr. President, the Democrat or Schumer shutdown did not begin 8 or 9 days ago. It began 8 or 9 months ago with your inauguration. For the first time in American history, every Senate confirmed appointee who are our deputies to run our department, every one of them has been filibustered. One of the critical parts of my department is the National Nuclear Security Administration. It maintains, manufactures our nuclear weapons and our engines for nuclear submarines and nuclear aircraft carriers. We are a key supplier to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. They filibustered, the Democrats filibustered the leader, the administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration, would not let him come into my department until the Republicans 2 weeks ago changed the Senate rules so they could confirm him and we could have a leader. They filibustered the leadership, now they're filibustering the funding. In the next 6-7 days, we're gonna run out of funding, and the retooling of our nuclear stockpile, the ultimate guarantor of our sovereignty, is gonna be underfunded, and we're gonna have to slow down and creep to us crawl these efforts. Just incredibly irresponsible for Schumer to worry about his own reelection and not the 340 million Americans that count on the efforts of our military and all of our departments. It's truly offensive, and we need to bring it to an end as soon as possible. Let's open the government
Thank you
back
very
up.
much. And you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Bobby, did you want to say something? You got a lot of things happening.
A lot of things.
A lot of very positive things, actually.
Mr. President, I'm glad you're getting bipartisan accolades on the Mideast peace agreement. You should also get bipartisan accolades on the MFN agreement. It is a historic agreement that's going to benefit every hardworking American. It's going to lower the price of drugs for every American. By the time this administration is over, we will have 95% of the drugs in this country will be the lowest price in the world. It immediately begins to affect Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, the other government programs. I remember when I went through the confirmation process, and the principal preoccupation of the Democrats during that process was whether I would continue the IRA negotiations on drugs. The Democrats negotiated 10 drugs. I'm supposed to negotiate every year 15. The 10 that they negotiated, they claimed to get a 22% reduction, but it was a lie. It was 22% under the list price, which was actually higher than the price we were getting. So Medicaid, Medicare ended up paying more for those drugs than they were paying beforehand. They only got a benefit on one drug. One was tied. 8 of them were lower. So they should be applauding what we're doing now. We're doing something that every administration, Democrat and Republican, has been saying that it was going to do for decades, and you got it done because you understood the power of the tariffs. That we had leverage over these companies. And you did it in a way which you asked us to do, to negotiate in a way that was not going to stifle innovation, that was going to make sure that those companies could bring their production home, and they are doing that. And it was a profound success. It will affect every American for 100 years. And you should be getting bipartisan accolades on that. I'll say one other thing about Tylenol, only because of this. This morning before I came in here, somebody showed me a TikTok video of a pregnant woman, 8 months pregnant. She is an associate professor at the Columbia Medical School. And she is saying F Trump and gobbling Tylenol with her baby in her placenta. And the level of Trump derangement syndrome has now left the political landscapes, and it is now in the realm of pathology. And a mother could overwhelm millions of years of maternal instinct to put her baby at risk. And all you have to do is look at the studies which you and I talked about. It's not dispositive that causes autism. It is so suggestive that anybody who takes this stuff during pregnancy, unless they have to, is irresponsible. There are 15 rodent studies. Every one of them shows if you give it to the mother, the babies, and particularly the male babies, have profound neurological and behavioral changes. There is a study from Johns Hopkins on cord blood where they divided women into 3 categories: those who had the least acetaminophen in their cord blood, and those who had the most. The ones with the most had 3.6 times the rate of autism in their children. The middle category had 2.2 times, so it's a dose-related response. And there are dozens of studies that show the countries that use the most with the highest level of autism. Cuba has the lowest level in the world of acetaminophen use, and it has the lowest autism rate in the world. So this is not dispositive. It is not proof. We're doing the studies to make the proof. But in the meantime, the precautionary principle should apply, and any mother who is taking this stuff during pregnancy just to get back at Donald Trump is doing something that is pathological. And we're seeing that across the board. I got a lot of other stuff to talk about, but I know we got a short time here. But thank you, Mr. President. You're making our country healthier again.
Thank you, Bobby. Could you just, for the record, state what the autism was, let's say, 20 years ago and what it is today?
In 1970, the largest epidemiological study in history was performed. 900,000 kids were looked at. They were looking for autism in Wisconsin children. They looked at every child in Wisconsin who was 8 years old. They found an autism rate of 0.7 per 10,000. So almost close to 1 in 20,000, less than 1 in 10,000. Today, the autism rates are nationally 1 in 31, but it's actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, reports an autism rate of 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. This is a national security issue. There is nothing more important, and I'm grateful to you, Mr. President, because you know the flack that you take for talking about this issue. You've shown courage and you've shown leadership, and I can't thank you enough for letting me do this work.
Thank you. So think of that, 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 12 for boys, 1 in 18, 19 for girls. So obviously there's something that's artificially, I think, induced, something, whether it's the vaccines in terms of these massive vaccines that are twice the size of a jar like that, of a glass of water like that, I mean, into a baby's body. And I've suggested get them in doses, get them in, maybe 20%, 30%, but smaller, not such a big. I think, that. Then we had certain recommendations, the MMR, take them separately. The measles is already separate now, and it works out much better, but there doesn't seem to be any impact if you take it separately. If you take it as a combination, it's not so great. And some other things, but I would say don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and when the baby is born, don't give it Tylenol. You can avoid it at all, just don't give it Tylenol.
I'll say this.
Really,
also.
what do you have to lose? You really don't have much to lose. Yeah, go ahead.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. It's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is dispositive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to.
But, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. I met Bobby in my office 20 years ago. We were talking about the same thing 20 years ago. And I was a real estate developer. It bothered me that it seemed to be getting worse, but it's so bad now when you hear these numbers. It's not even really sustainable. I don't know how people do it, but there is some very strong evidence on Tylenol. In fact, at one point, I guess the company gave a warning.
They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing.
They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself. So just don't take it. Don't take it. If you're a woman, don't take it, and don't give it to the baby when the baby's born, and I think that's going to have an impact. But I'd also get the shots in smaller doses. There are a few things, we gave a few things that just seem to be, and I think you'd get that number way back up. Think of it. You have 1 in 20,000, and now it's not even believable when you think that 20,000 drops to 12 12 children. So that's induced by something that's given or taken, and it should be able to be stopped. And you're talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch, you were talking about the Amish.
This
where
fucking guy's still going
they don't
off.
take any of this stuff, and they
Why is he talking about the Amish?
They have no autism, no autism. So we're doing something very bad. Somebody's been given some bad things. Other countries, by the way, we have, I think, we have 82 vaccines that we give simultaneously. And I'm a vaccine believer, by the way. I believe in the polio vaccine. I believe in a lot of vaccines. But when you give 82 vaccines in a shot to a little baby that hasn't even formed yet, it's a lot of vaccines. And in Japan, they give a much smaller number. In Germany, they give a much smaller, like 28 vaccines. That's a lot too. But 28 is a lot different than 82. So, but I would say on the Tylenol, don't take it, and that will be. I think it's going to be a big factor. I think it'll be a very good result, and I hope we're going to be able to see that result in the not too distant future. Because certainly, people have heard us loud and clear. That's why I bring it up again. That's why I asked you to talk about it, because this is a horrible thing.
Maybe we'll stop asking
And
me
if
to
you
do
don't
circs.
Take it. I mean, you have to tough it through sometimes. There are other things you can do, but you have to tough it out. It's easy for me to say.
He was talking about Wait, are the circumcised
So
autistic?
significantly improved, and maybe.
Wait, is
maybe
Trump
fully
circumcised? Did he tell
improved.
everyone
There's
that he
something
was or
something
wasn't?
going on, and we have to address it. And so I'm addressing it the best I can as a non-doctor, but I'm a man of common
Yes?
sense. Okay, any other questions?
He is circumcised.
Comment on the
Yeah,
workforce.
please.
Mr. President, a lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, it sounds like only one important fact has come out of this
To
meeting.
achieve in the Middle East. First of all, your opinion on that, and I was wondering.
He
about the
declared
trip
it?
To the Middle East, if you can tell us if you're considering to speak at the Knesset, at the Israeli Parliament.
Well, they asked me to speak at the Knesset, and I've agreed to.
No, if we lose
They would
gamma
like to,
neutral,
I will do
though,
it.
6,700 becomes a target.
It's the first time a president has ever done that, so that makes it very interesting, right? Yeah. But yeah, so I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do that. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears
They're
of
all
joy.
dancing in the streets right now. They're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
President Trump, on the international peacekeeping force that's going to deploy to Gaza soon, do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown, it seems like in the House there's a majority support for a temporary extension of the Obamacare subsidies, perhaps minus the funds for illegal immigrants. Is that how you see the deal to end the shutdown happening?
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk, but we're willing to pay because we're paying. You know, it's very simple. We're paying. The Democrats are the ones that caused this problem, and it's a big problem for them, and they have a lot of break in their ranks. But
What was the
I see
original
that-
purpose of this meeting? I don't know. Antifa?
But,
Something?
we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that, and the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back, and I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. You know,
I thought yesterday was the glazing session.
September 28th before the election.
You know, where like they got all the Republican influencers on a square table, and then had them
guarantees Hamas disarms. And
just yarn testimonials about how Antifa is totally real.
Getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and
That was the independent media.
phase two, when does
I'm
it
not
begin?
going to talk about that because you sort of know.
Am I independent media?
There will be disarming. There will be pullbacks.
If I am, I'd like to say those people were all absolutely full of shit.
Things that will take place, and I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages.
No, you're Antifa. We established this.
At the beginning, we said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. You know, we got the hostages back. We did, as a group with Steve Jared and Marco.
Your
and me and
independent
all of us, we got
media.
the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead, but we got many back that are now living with their families, with their parents in many cases, and with their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult, but it's been a very big deal, getting the hostages out, but the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza. The place is it's a horrible situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what kind of security guarantees is the United States going to make for Gaza?
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them it's a small amount of money. For somebody else it's a large amount of money, but these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that. What is your view now on a two-state solution for the...
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there are some tough provisions for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not continue in his post? He may be deposed.
That Bibi may go a little bit out of whack.
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over.
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago. I can tell you. Right now, maybe people shouldn't run against him. 5 days ago, it might not have been a bad idea. No, Bibi's become. This has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason. Okay, but I think just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now. Yeah, please.
What will happen if Hamas says that it cannot locate or was not able to find all of the deceased hostages' bodies within the time
frame?
frame?
We'll wait to see. I think that's going to be, it's largely been answered. We know where most of them are.
Did we test you yet on
Actually,
that? Or just missed it?
Bodies are a bigger problem because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find. It's a terrible thing to discuss even, but you understand, we're all people, we're grown-ups, we understand life. Nobody can understand this stuff because this could have taken place, but we have the hostages for the most part, and so I don't think it's going to be overly
20 is probably a little bit
situation with
supportive,
the
but hard to
bodies,
break 30.
28. Some are going to be a little bit hard.
You mean what a beautiful day to buy puts and then go to sleep?
Yeah, please.
It has been.
If they don't find them within the time frame.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. Some people say the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing. 4 big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country in. Now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person, and he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players. And the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Marco and Cooper, who is, as I hear, has been fantastic, and others that were involved. JD was very much involved. I mean, we had a very smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people, okay? You know, I talk about how many low IQ people we have in our government. We got some real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these are very high IQ people, and that's what we want. I like high IQ people. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Can I ask you about the China? You're meeting with President Xi. The Chinese have now set to put in new export controls on rare earth minerals, and they've stopped buying soybeans from the U.S. What do you hope to get out of that meeting now with President Xi?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I just heard this a little while ago before we came in, so I haven't been briefed on it. The export. I mean, look, we have the ultimate export. We have import, and we have export. We import from China massive amounts, and you know, maybe we'll have to stop doing that. But I don't know exactly what it is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. It's a little bit soon. I just heard about it. So Scott and Howard will figure that out, and I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Can I ask you about the soybeans? What is the plan to help farmers? Is it direct checks? Is it tax? Have you sorted that out yet?
Well, what happens with soybeans is we're going to see more and more, I think, opening up, and part of the reason that we'll be he's got things that he wants to discuss with me, and I have things that I want to discuss with him, and one of the things is soybeans. I had a great deal with China where they would buy $50 billion worth of our farm product and manufacturing and other things, but farm product. And it was going along well. Then the election turned out to be a rigged election, and we had the wrong guy get in there. He didn't do anything about it. I used to call up President Xi every
bulls are
day,
having a
so
rough
I'd
time
call up
today.
People in China say you got to keep going. You're not buying the amount that you agreed to. And this went on for, you know, ever since we signed the agreement. It was a great agreement.
We're getting pretty
So
close
they
to
used
the
do
downside
15
implied
billion,
move here.
and I got it up to 50 billion, 50, and it was great. Then when Biden got in, they just never adhered to the agreement, and nobody in Biden's group, as you can imagine, did.
I think the
anything about
downside
it.
was
So it just sat there for 4 years,
67.19.
and they didn't adhere to the agreement. And we, you know, it's hard to go back after 4 years of nobody calling them. But I used to call them every 2 weeks. I'd say,
That is why I
you know,
buy
you're a little
theta.
low. Or I appreciate it. Oftentimes I'd say,
Puts are
"Thank you
getting
very much.
bought
You are
all the way down to
totally
like
adhering to the
6,700 right
But we had
now.
an agreement.
I would
They
say
would buy $50 billion
if we fail
worth of our
GM
product,
on the next
mostly
test and we
farm
don't
product.
get an
And
IHS off
remember,
this,
said to the
then
farmers, buy larger tractors and more land. And
we
that's
could get
exactly
a
what
pretty
happened. They did
decent
well.
downside
But
continuation.
we
Maybe
do
a little
suffer.
bit of
I'd like
support
you
at
to
10.
Discuss that maybe for a second, Brooke. Very quickly, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But also
But
maybe
would
just
you,
not.
Just talk about how Biden let us down.
Synthetic
Biden,
short at
every
30.
single thing, every problem the farmer has is because Biden didn't do anything for 4 years. Go ahead.
No, I think that's right. This president has been unequivocal in his support of the farmers. First of all, in term one, we worked on it so hard and opened up markets, but especially this term. But here's what everyone has to understand. The farm economy is in a very uncertain time. But that isn't because of the current trade negotiations, although certainly the China part is part of that. But we inherited a slew of issues. First of all, as the president said, when we left Trump 1, we had an agriculture trade surplus. When we came back for Trump 2, it was a $50 billion ag deficit. That isn't everything, that's just agriculture. The second part is the cost of inputs for our farmers increased on average between 30 and 38%, but that includes fertilizer, it includes fuel, it includes interest rates, it includes labor. All of this came about under Joe Biden, a 47% increase in the cost of labor that now Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer and Noam and I are working on. Fuel is coming down, thank you. Interest rates, thankfully, are coming down. A 73% increase in interest rates for our farmers. They couldn't get loans to make sure that they could move forward. So that's all really, really important. And I think we have to realize what the president's commitment is this, that we are moving into an era of rural prosperity, of a golden age for our farmers in rural America. the trade renegotiations and the trade realignment that Jameson and Scott and Howard have led with the president's leadership is unlike anything that's happened in the history of our country. And those that will benefit the most are the original Americans, our farmers and our ranchers. The president has committed, if we need a bridge, he has talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do, we'll be able to move out a significant program to help our farmers. Long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government.
Why do farmers need a
We've got to
bailout
ensure
if
that the
America's
farmers
great
have the
again?
market
Oh,
to
because
sell,
Trump
and it's a
instituted
national
tariffs that
security
are
issue on
bankrupting
short
them?
of the food as well. So, sir, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think that's enough.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Let's go. Thank you.
The country is doing very well. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, Press.
Oh, that's nice. Hegseth made it out of the bathroom where he was grooming his groin to attend the meeting. That's what they voted for. That's what blows my mind, is every time I talk to somebody who's on the, like not like on stream where I'm being an acerbic prick, right? But just like actually sit down and talk to someone who still supports Trump. And every single one of them, it's like, oh, I don't like that he's doing this and this and this and this, but like the economy's doing okay. And you know, it would have been so much worse with Kamala. So it's like even even the people that support him, like I don't understand the dissonance there. Like they don't like any of the shit he's doing, but they still support him. It's weird. Both, I think the extremes of both sides are like that, by the way. There's just tons of dissonance. And unfortunately for many people's beliefs, America's really always operated best along a pretty centrist line. Don't let things go too far right. Don't let them go too far left. Keep shit chugging along at a pretty normal pace. You think they just don't want to admit that they like what he's doing? I don't think they do. I think there's a lot of things where they're like, what the fuck? But they're still scared of brown people, so... Good arguments won't win. No, I understand that. Like, I can say something that I think is completely apolitical. Like, our president is shitting all over the Constitution. And somehow, that's political. Like, to me, it's just a fact. Like, it's a blatant and obvious fact. But there's like a whole group of people that look at that and they go, nope. Someone explained a concept in pro wrestling called kayfabe, and it sums up Trump supporters really well to me. The line between reality and performance requires a buy-in from the audience. Huh. Hyperpolarization via billionaire-owned media. I mean, don't people just want to, like, get on with their lives generally and, like, not deal with any of this shit? Like, here's what I don't understand. How do all these fucking people making $50,000 a year in some bumfuck shithole in the South have time for this? Like, where's the, like, how do they find time to invest the energy? $50K is generous? Whatever, I don't know what the Piggly Wiggly pays nowadays. That's just what people on the left say. People on the right say centrists are always pulling us left. It's all just bullshit, right? Society is mean reverting. So, I mean, you just deal with it. When we go too far left, we fucking wrap around to the right. When we go too far right, we wrap around to the left. It's happened over and over and over again throughout history. Neither of those outcomes are ever good. Well, explain it, right? You have this great country that you believe in, Captain Jack Daniels, right? You have this higher level of education than anyone has internationally, but you're worried about immigrants taking your job. That doesn't sound like somebody who believes that we live in a meritocracy. You're competing to be a corporate wage slave. I mean, that's what it amounts to. Are you gonna get out in some fields with some, like, fucking Guatemalan refugees and pick strawberries? Or just complain about their existence? I'm not even triggered. I'm just trying to understand how these people's brains work. You can touch the strawberries, I believe. You sound triggered, bro? Yeah, from my office chair. I'm really riled up. They say stupid shit and then accuse the other side of being triggered, which gives them dopamine. I'm not even the other side. I'm like the alternative, which is, I hope Trump burns this whole fucking thing down. It sucks. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Don't you dare need to. For my time in Idaho, most people don't spend any energy looking into things or how they work. They just parrot their side's buzz phrases. Ugh. So are you mad about illegal immigrants? I don't know what you say. I don't even know if I've ever talked to you about before. You said scared of brown people was a lazy argument. It makes sense. I don't think I need a complex argument. I think most people just want to be able to afford groceries, a house, and a car. So why don't they go after the people that actually take all the fucking money out of society? Corporations. So yeah, but you should be like pushing to get the better job than the untrained or like uneducated illegal immigrant, right? Like you should be like a foreman, not working labor. That's my point. Like you have all the advantages of this advanced society from the time you're born, and you're on par. Like if you're on par with someone just arriving to this country in the like back of a fucking U-Haul, you've fucked up. That's not something that like the government needs to fix on your behalf. That's something like you need to fix. Well, not necessarily you, but someone in that position. It feels better to blame them and avoid self-reflection, shame. No, I think it's... Yeah, okay. To some degree. I don't care about farming. This isn't a mystery. People don't want to admit a truth that makes them feel inferior. It's that simple. But when they spend so much time trying to feel superior, but I mean, they're obviously not if they can't compete in the equivalent job market. Can you dismiss me from my job? Tell me they don't need me. I mean, I don't think you're adding to their productivity a lot, McChuggets. If farmers voted for Trump, they should have to face the consequences. No bailout. They're getting exactly what they voted for. So start a business that provides white-collar jobs. If you have a degree, why are you working in construction? There's so many things. You don't need a white-collar job, right? Like there's room for advancement in construction. It's not like everyone's just on the bottom rung. And I understand, yeah, they're willing to take less per hour. So, but you're going to have people that want, people to pay people more per hour who do a better job. Not everything's a rush to the lowest denominator. I don't think it sounds like he doesn't. I mean, he's just making a statement about how he feels. He wasn't even like passive aggressive in his statement about illegal immigrants. It's true. What he's saying is not true, untrue. It dilutes the amount of available jobs. It does. I mean, there's only so many. There's more jobs available than people are actually working, but that's a whole nother issue. If you're good at your trade, you have steady work unless the economy's tanked. Even then, I mean, most of the trades do pretty well in recessions. Like, people still, like, can't go without hot water or air conditioning or heating. After going through the immigration process legally, I can understand why people cannot do so. It costs too much and takes forever. Yeah, no, absolutely. The system does need to be overhauled. It's completely broken. We actually were doing it better when the labor demand in this country was so high that we were literally just bringing in boats of people and handing them social security cards. And that was somehow a better system than what we have now. And people don't like them either. The fucking Irish and the Italians and everyone that they fucking. I mean, you can go look like the photos and shit, and I think the capitalism problem is that our government is no longer. The U.S. government is no longer serving the role that it should in protecting people from the worst effects of capitalism. It hasn't for a long time. The government, our societal contract, is supposed to be the guardrails for the economic system. So when capitalism, tries to suppress workers' rights and pay people less, the government is supposed to be there to push back against that. It's supposed to be a united front of the majority population. But we don't do that. Our government specifically acts against our own interests in supporting corporatism, which is more along the lines of what we have now. And that's a problem with representative democracy, because you distill the power of an entire group of voters into one individual who is corruptible. It's very easy to fully corrupt a body of 500 people. But if you have to corrupt the entire population, that's just socialism. Right? I mean, think about it if we had direct democracy. Everybody voted on each individual voted on, laws and bills, reforms, what have you. We do it on your cell phone. If a corporation wants some sort of favorable treatment from the population at large, they would have to give something to the entire population, which is just socialism, in essence. Everyone would say, hey, Chat GPT, what mean? And we'd still be better off. How does positioning look? Grinding down into the resistance, or support. There's a bit of bot puts out of the money, 10 and 6,700. Mostly, I guess those are mostly just sold puts pulling back. I think if we got another push from bears here and dipped into negative gamma, the uptick in vol would probably push us down to 6,700 or thereabouts. I know it's not textually about giving things out. I'm using a broader definition. But the inherent structure of our government is flawed in serving the purpose that we want it to serve. And so the best solution is just to replace it. However, replacing it with like oligarchy or fascism or, you know, techno-fascism or what have you is not the answer. Well, it's the answer for the very few people who we've allowed to concentrate the majority of the wealth. It's just not the answer for all of us. Peter Thiel likes the sound of it. BRB, buying Palantir. Any specialized group ruined. I would argue that any concentration of specialized political influence moves towards ruining the country. Because lobbying in essence is antithetical to the way our government is designed, or what the purpose our government is supposed to serve. Our government is not supposed to serve the interests of one group, any one group. Here's a fun chart. Here's the average home price and the federal minimum wage. You see how those used to be in line with one another? And then around the 70s, after our first big bout of inflation post-World War II, the spread, and then Reagan, and then from Reagan on, the spread really just keeps widening. Why? Because it never fucking goes up. The federal minimum wage is like $7.85 or some shit, right? That was set in 2009. So not only does it not even rise, I mean, this tells you everything you need to know about your government not doing anything for you. 725, sorry. Congrats on catching the dip, TubeSuck. That's not the point. The minimum wage is the baseline. It determines all lower level wages. This is not what the people want, right? The only people who would want this are business owners, which represent a significant minority in the total population. Anybody working for businesses would want that value indexed to the home price value to match at all times throughout history. So a government that is working on behalf of its citizenry would ensure that the minimum wage relative to the average home price 1-to-1. Because shelter is an essential, it's essential. So are bridges, yeah. But this means that, 80% of the population cannot enjoy the benefits of the inflation protection that home ownership offers. I think you can just... I think this will put... I think this will give you the graph. Nope, it doesn't. I don't know how to share it. Here, I'll just post it in the Discord. I put it in the announcements channel. I don't even understand, like, I don't understand how that is viewed as far left. That would just be evidence of the government serving the majority of the population. Why is that a far left ideology? Like, even a small government could enforce a law that requires, the minimum wage that can be paid to a citizen of that country to at least grow with the fucking rate of inflation. Sounds like insurrection. Whatever. It's not like Apple couldn't pay factory workers living wage. They can. They just don't want to. It doesn't matter what shareholders want. Like, again, the government is supposed to put the guardrails on capitalism. Um... I'm trying to find. There was actually a paper. If it kept pace with productivity, it would be $24 an hour by 2020. And if it kept pace with the rate of inflation, it would be $54 an hour from the time it was first introduced. $56 times 40, that's $2,240 a week, times 52 weeks. That would be $116,000 a year, which sounds like dog shit. It doesn't matter. There's still an upper limit of what the market can bear. Homes are already priced for people who make more than $100,000. You can't, if you make $116K a year, you can't afford most homes already. So the home prices are already priced well above that as a median salary. Lots of people could pay that. And if you can't pay it, you shouldn't have a business, right? If you can't afford to fucking pay people, you don't get employees. That's the way that works. Ooh, wages shall offer home ownership, and all governments betray their citizens in this way. And instead measure GDP, etc., against quality of life measures. Aussie homes and rents are a joke. Yeah. I'm well aware that houses, current, like, newer construction is nowhere near the same quality. Although it has a lot less toxic shit in it. Like, you're not going to buy a house from, 2000 and have to, like, abate all the lead paint and asbestos. But they're definitely not made the same. We don't need to let corporations sit on all of that money. We could take it back. The government could subsidize the minimum wage with corporate taxes. That way, the best performing corporations are paying their fair share of wages to ensure that the smallest of corporations are able to exist. There's lots of ways around this that you're not considering with that argument. But we don't demand that. We don't demand, a 50% corporate tax on profits or anything even fucking close to that. We haven't given it enough time to trickle down. It will any minute now. No, it won't, because people are greedy. Again, guardrails. Yes, it will. But maybe when you live in the richest and most advanced economy in the world, you shouldn't have to wait for the piss of billionaires to trickle down the side of the urinal into your waiting mouth for for your life to improve moderately. Would you have some empathy for the billionaires? You seem very callous right now. No. None. Nobody should have any empathy for any billionaire ever. They are not a beacon of success. They are the embodiment of greed and cronyism and corruption that has ruined our society. So you have the pursuit of greed. I'm working on a new toy. Good. I can't wait to be a billionaire and not have to make this shit up anymore. How could you say those things about me? I'll be one any year now. Oh, what's that quote? It was from, I think it was Steinbeck, but I can't remember it. It was something like socialism never worked here because the poor don't see themselves as being exploited, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Do you know, according to a CNBC survey, 44% of Americans think that they'll be a billionaire one day, or have the ability to become a billionaire. Currently, billionaires make up 0.0003% of the total population. Are you in that group? Yeah. But I'm closer, so... I have a better shot than the majority of the pickle jar, and I think that's regarded. If we get hyperinflation, maybe. Or like a nice debt spiral. Could be billionaires tomorrow. I don't think it takes a killer instinct. You just have to be greedy above everything else. About 44% of Americans couldn't conceptualize $1 billion. No, they can't. I don't think most people can conceptualize having $1 million. It's hard for $1 million. Okay, I can buy one house. Pretty much. Not even like a crazy house, just like a normal one. What percentage of Americans are illiterate? I think it might be slightly more. 21% of U.S. adults are completely illiterate, and 54% of U.S. adults have a literacy level below 6th grade, according to the National Literacy Institute, 2024 through 2025. Holy fuck, that can't be true, right? No, that is in fact true. I mean, it's a survey, but it's got quite a lot of participants. Like way back when the pickle jar was getting big, I talked to like a consultant firm that like reached out and wanted to like grow the stream. And like the like marketing people were like, you need to stop using big words. They were like, this is gonna be a really big problem for you. And I was like, why would I want to stop using big words? And they were like, well, people don't understand them, and then it makes them angry. Is that why I'm angry? I don't know. I feel like if you could conceptualize being angry because of that statement, you might be smart enough to not be. You casually dropped acerbic earlier, and I loved it. I guess they didn't understand the target audience of the pickle jar is literate engineers working from home with enough income to day trade. Yeah. That actually sounds about right. Conceptualize, too big of a word. Oh. I prefer acerbic as an acid. Nice. I don't use a lot of acronyms. I told my therapist my partner behaved as if she had an external locus of control. She thought I called her an insect. I don't want to do a poll on how many people here are engineers. Does Bob have more room to the downside? Yeah, like 70 and 60 supports. Things started turning over more bearish on the loss of 80, though. Damn, KV is just running today. Well, 3 days from my last KView purchase, and I now have made more money than I will make leaving that money in a mutual fund all year. So that's fantastic. Not bad. You haven't called the top. You say that because, I have a lot of money in MMFs. Yeah.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar. Conceptualize cock 5.
Conceptualize cock. I fucking love you, Gorilla Mode. No notes. None whatsoever. I wonder if KVU will just rocket up to $19 real quick. Might take earnings. Good long KVU? Yeah. I mean, I was long KVU already from like fucking 2 years ago, but I bought more. Fucking shit causes autism. Are you kidding me? That's the best investment of the century. You want your kid to grow up to be Mark Zuckerberg or a plumber? What a shitload of KVU. I'm gonna rule the autist army. Don't answer plumber. Plumbers can make good money. It's probably somewhere in between Zuck and a plumber. Yeah, software engineer. Yeah, but we don't live in a world where we can get rid of billionaires. So... Me and my wife are autistic, and we're attempting to breed a mega autist. Ooh, me and Nuke were talking about that concept the other day. The correct answer is you want your kid to grow up to do a job that allows them to day trade. That's what I just said, engineer. You just have to leave the cabinet under the sink unlocked? Do you fill it with Tylenol? Or is it like a test? AI agent developer. We go to the fair. I want to whoop deep fried Oreos off the Ferris wheel. What does that mean? What's whooping? Is it just like tossing them like a frisbee? Seems like a waste of deep fried Oreos. The real dream is to grow up to be a YouTuber, so even if they're bad at trading, they can grift like 100 to 500 people monthly. I think they want to grift a lot more than that. Interesting. It's the most Midwestern thing I've heard in a while. Whooping fried Oreos. Yeah, it's called Theta Gang, and they blow up every 6 months. Can we go past the implied move, or nah? Difficult, but yeah, we could. Probably more towards the end of the day. I will say we haven't really gotten enough of a spike in volatility to incentivize all that much put selling. So downside support's not particularly strong. Charm's negative. So if we can get past like 3 o'clock and we're still down here, I would say it's a possibility that we could push down a little bit further. Probably not a lot though. Like I don't think we get much under 710. If we do, we probably won't stay under 710. I think they lost the fight at 15. What about ups? More likely if we overextend the downside. The bounce off GN already failed, so several bounces off of GN have already failed. Chase Sapphire just increased my credit limit to about 1/4 of my yearly take-home pay. Bullish. I was just looking over. I think I got the new Sapphire offer here. I love how the luxury credit cards come in more tactile envelopes. Like the envelopes are always just super textured. I thought this was just worse than the Amex Plat now. 3x points on dining, 3x points when you stream movies or music at home, 3x points on online grocery purchases, $50 in statement credits. This is just way worse than the... Well, I do like the complimentary Dash Pass. Oh, they've got a deal with Peloton now. We got 5x points on Peloton equipment. 5x total points. Yeah, this is just... What's the annual fee on this? $95? Well, that's a lot cheaper. I don't know, it kind of looks like shit. I don't see how it's better than the the Platinum Amex. Good for one partner to have and one to have the Amex Plat. I think the Amex Plat's $695 a year. The Chase Sapphire is $95 a year. Amex Plat just changed perks. YouTube Premium covered now. Oh, dope. I never had YouTube Premium, but I should get it. I didn't know it was covered. Wait, is that for current card holders, or do you have to, like, cancel your account and get a new account? Which one's this? Oh. Well, that's gross. So it's, So you get 8, 4, 3, and 1 for points. Ah, okay, so like this. So the Sapphire Reserve is more than the Amex? What's my annual fee on the Amex? Oh, the annual fee is going up to $8.95. Or it's gone up to $8.95 now? Hmm. Yeah, it went up September 25 to $8.95 a year from $6.95. No, you still, I mean, you don't have to pay again until next year, but it went up. It's got a lot of shit that I would just never use. I wonder what else they changed on the MX. Yeah, the MX still covers like all my streaming services. Then you get like Uber Cash. And you're like the dining credits with Resi, which is way better than like Chase's weird fucking reservation app. Ooh, also a $300 Lululemon credit, so I can get some of Nuke's hoodies. Hey, just trying to pump your Lulu holdings, man. I have built, and then I have the Amazon card, I have the Costco card. I want to get the BJ's one also. They're fucked. Yeah, BJ's Wholesale Club. I went to one recently and I was impressed. It's more grocery store than Costco is. But they have less, like, consumer goods. I have an Amex Blue and an Amex Platinum. I think the Amex Blue is 6% back on groceries. You have too many credit cards? Really? Because I keep getting notifications that I should open more lines of credit. I don't know if they have them in California. I would have agreed with you, but I was pretty impressed with their like just grocery selection was far broader. For which in Cali, when you say BJ's, you think Pazuki? That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think they have like BJ's wholesale clubs out there. Yeah, they're in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. So, 17 states, 210 locations. Small gap on SPX, yeah, to the upside. 47 to 50. Something like that. They're missing the Capital One Saver One card, 3% on grocery, farmers market, and streaming services. But all my streaming services are paid for by my Platinum membership. And then I get 6% back on groceries on Amex Blue. I also think the Amazon card gives me like 5% back at Whole Foods or some shit. I think I might be autistic. Why is that? Is anyone else singing the 50 States rhyme just now in their heads? Oh, no. Damn. BJ's is not doing well. Costco's up 2% today. September sales growth was good. Because it's inferior to Costco. They have more food. They have like more robust food selection. I don't think they're that bad. I could see having a membership at both. Varies by region? Maybe. I don't even know if they have a food court. Maybe? They do have a food court? Okay. I only buy my pants from Costco. Turd. I still buy my t-shirts from Carhartt. I would never eat at either of their food courts, so I don't think it matters for me. I don't think their prices are as good, but yeah, I buy Carhartt because of the tall sizes. I don't like Dickie shirts; they're too thick. They feel weird. There's nothing better than going to Costco wearing some Kirkland branded clothing and then seeing some other dude also wearing Kirkland branded clothing, but like the same shit as you. Ow. Hmm. Hmm. Kirkland branded is the best branded. Carhartt's the only brand that makes American sizes. I just can't wear the like regular length t-shirts. I fucking hate that shit. They're always shaped like it's like this, and then my waist is like down here, and it's just not long enough. Yeah, Duluth makes skin shit too. I don't know. I just never buy them. It's also why I don't buy t-shirts from Costco. I'm not uncomfortable rocking the crop tops, but it does feel weird on the body. You have an expectation. It doesn't cover the horse chest part. Yeah, like not at all. But it's not high enough up to be a crop top. Like if that's the torso and that's the well, let's be honest here. If that's the torso, and that's the belly button, the shirt comes up to like here. Like if it like that would be a crop top. What's going on here? Just drew an image of my body with concave sides, and then I was like, that's a lie. And then I fixed it. Thank you, Death, for my birthday. Not yet. I'm getting there, though. At least your back isn't hurt anymore. That's true. Yeah, it's a lot better. Fortunately, all I did was tear a muscle. Hmm. Do you guys ever use rapid release Tylenol? Like right before you take the trade? No. I blew out my back picking up a car charge, like a phone charging cable off the ground that fell out of my car door. Because I don't think people should make up cool stories and lie about their injuries. I think they should be brutally honest. I don't know. I've never seen Tylenol gummies. Yet. I'm sure that's going to become a thing now, though. Or make up a mundane story to cover a good one. You don't know me, Jen. Rude. Your professional advice as an adult man with kids whose birthday is on Halloween, allowed to wear a costume while drinking, supervising trick-or-treating. Have you thought about just getting drunk and going trick-or-treating? Like, leave the kids at home. I thought I was older than you. You probably are. Maybe. I don't know. You just don't want the pickle jar to know that you were deadlifting a personal best of 800 pounds and didn't make it to a fully locked position before bailing. I can currently not deadlift that much. Nor have I ever deadlifted that much. I think the most I've ever tried was 480. But I was never trying to be like a power lifter or something. Personal best was 415. That's pretty solid. Dude, I haven't done 480 since I was like in my 20s. I would never try to deadlift that nowadays. Yeah, put call ratio is kind of nosediving. Getting a lot of sold calls to the upside. I don't know. Like I said, if we can make it to 3 and we're still down here, we might be able to push a little lower. Kick pop demon hunters. What AI thingy? Ooh. Are you gonna show me? It had a 6% success rate. Nice. Not bad. When GS feature? Which side of GS? Win 6,500. Might take a while. Something bad happens? Ooh, maybe when the government restarts and we get all the data. That'll be fun. The longer the shutdown goes, the more potential for all of the combined data to just be dog shit. You guys excited about that? I am. I want the shutdown to go on for like 45 days. And then we come to a resolution and the data comes out and we find out unemployment's at like 7%. Fuck. What if the data's really good? Oh, let me go up. Straddle. Are they even negotiating? No. I feel like this is gonna go on forever. We're already, like, the amount of time that the government has been shut down is already in, like, the 99th percentile now. We're past the 8-day mark. Speaking of which, Dork was wrong. Dork, if you're here, everyone knows you were wrong. And me and Jay Fresh only had a 1% chance of beating you.
Dork was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on his feet, why fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind.
Yeah, a new Volstars episode should be out soon.
The alleys, searching for a place. A whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Beautiful. So forlorn. All right, give me 1 second. Are any of you guys big fans of nuts? Cashews are the perfect food. That's what I'm eating right now. Big fan of my own. Yo, vape. I've been noticing you've been having a hard time with these days that don't just go straight up. No, Dave's right, me too. The pistachio is hands down the best nut. Cashews aren't technically a nut at all. They're a drupe. Mm-mm. Huh. Glorp, I think I've done it. What? I'm gonna automate an account, slap 30K in there, and hope for the best. I'm glad that you've let it run live for 5 minutes before choosing. I can see that. Mm. He's a grown man. It says $30,000. He can do what he wants with it. No, I wouldn't. I think the only nuts that people eat with any kind of frequency that are actually nuts are hazelnuts. Most of the nuts that we actually eat, no, not almonds, are drupaceous nuts. Peanuts are a legume. Yeah, walnuts are. I think walnuts, chestnuts, uh, hazelnuts, and like just like a bunch of weird shit we don't eat, like beech nut and stuff like that. Acorns, yeah, but nobody fucking eats acorns. Sell the 20 by 3x30. Why? There's resist. I mean, I guess you could. Resistance is at 25 though. You're gonna sell them naked? Mm. Mm. Later, Haywood. Yeah, Charm's a little negative. What do you do pickle jar songs? Bot pet's coming in at 20 right now. Bunch of them. Profit's taking on the 20-25 calls. Yeah, Charm goes positive. Just above 30. Yeah, it's after 3 and we're still down here. Also, we've got some bearish positioning coming in a little bit. You see the negative gamma is getting a bit steeper here at like the 20 and 15 strikes. Hmm. I don't know. Consumer sentiment data would have to be really bad for us to lose 6,700 tomorrow. Although this is the closest to gamma neutral we've been approaching SLD in quite some time. So maybe we get a nice just de-risking into OPEX. Bulls aren't selling all that many puts. Let it go to the core of the earth? That's ambitious. Ooh, are we gonna get a little breakout? Getting 30, 40 bot calls. Don't lose 17. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Profit taking on the 25-20 calls. $30 calls collapsed. So maybe some resistance here. No, calls were closing. Ooh, calls getting bought at 30 again. 30-35 came in. Who also bought puts at 30. Hmm. 35, 50, 65 fly. Hmm. No, no, ball's not coming down too much. A bit. I mean, it's bleeding, but it's not that bad. NQ's getting pretty close to testing VWAP. ES is nowhere near it. Yeah, Netflix has done nothing but rocket since I said it was the best stock ever. Jesus Christ. It's up 8% already? Look, it was almost free. Yeah, I bet it was. More calls coming in at 30. Hmm. Where's Charm go positive? 32? Yeah, but Netflix was undervalued a few days ago. They have better margins than Microsoft. If we get any more profit taking here, this will probably fail again. Have to really get this back out above 30 in order to get me gamma under spot. Kind of weak. Bears just got their clock claimed. Where? Did they? Hmm. Hmm. Boring. How do people trade without GS? I don't know. Guessing? Not well. I traded before GS. It did fine. This is better now. Speaking of which, yeah, that says down. Left a gap at 21 to the downside. And we have a gap at 47 to the upside. NQ testing VWAP here. This is about almost where charm is 0. Getting pretty close. It's a big pile of bot calls at 67.30. So we'll see if those take some profits. There's some bot calls at 35.40, but not at nearly as many. I need an EU server for GS, maybe. Hmm. No, I don't want to IPO. Just keep it private forever and never disclose our financials. Seems way better. If you build something good enough, you don't need debt. Getting a little bit of 35 call buying here on the test. Interesting. What above gamma flip here? Just below it. We're above gamma neutral. Fucking Christ. What's the word for this emotion? When you try to help someone, but they refuse your help and make a silly choice, and you're left wondering why they didn't take the help. Huh. I don't know. I call it I told you so. Come on. Maybe, I don't know, vicarious frustration. Or exasperation. Wistful longing? No, no. That would be very different. Oh, it finally threw an actual short signal. Nice. Nvidia did pump today. Everything else sold off, though, for the most part. Just a little bit of the Mag 7 killing it, and that's it. Sometimes I play it. It was interesting support. Hmm. Mm. Still a lot of calls stacked up. Need a turn and a vol so they drop off. Vol does pick up to the downside into the 25 test a little bit. And then a lot if 25 is lost. Decay is still pushing down a little bit on spot. Not a lot though. Delta at the 25 is positive. Delta at the 30 is still kind of oscillating though. Mm. Hmm. Did RFK admit there was no proof that the town hall linked today? Oh, because KB's up? Maybe have a lot more if he said that. Boring. Very, very boring. Lots of chop pinned on bot calls. Getting a little bit of profit taking on the 25 calls, but not very much. Still no profit taking on the 25s or 30s. Just waiting for something to happen. Who's got the best hot dogs? Grocery store? I don't know. Why does he want a hot dog? Sorry, hot dog water. Oh, it's the guy in front of New York Hospital on Lex and 72nd. Trump, we might need to throw Spain out of NATO. I'm sure Spain would love that. No, I mean, like, actually. Did they not bribe him this month? I guess not. Can we talk post stream? Yeah, for like 15 minutes. Maybe. I gotta do the. Well, yeah, we can talk. We gotta do the other thing too. The number of things Trump understands versus things he doesn't, Dave, is significantly shorter list. Is he angry they're not buying our rice? Sprayed with folic acid. Unless some of these 30 and 35 calls close right fucking here. It's kind of weird that we're not distributing out at all. There's the 30 toast. Hmm. Mm, 30s are in the money a little bit now. Still have a gap back at 21. Not a very big one, but it's there. This feels very overextended. Hmm. Not a ton. I would definitely like to see more profit taking. There are some puts being bought at 30 and 25. Out of the money calls closing 35.40. That might be where this actually starts to fail if they give up on the upside push. Ooh, a lot more bot puts coming in. 30.25. $35.40 calls almost closed out. See if things are just repositioning or if this is going to turn into more of a sell-off here. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 135 is coming back in. Still mostly sitting on top of the 35s, or the 30s rather. Yeah, they're not closing too many of them. At least not yet. I think they'd have a far likelier chance of closing on a test at 35. Oh, fuck. Did I finish green today? I don't think so. And Q looks a little bit more ready to sell off. Given that's a lot of what dragged us up, maybe it'll be what helps push us back down again. I still think right now, like a 25 close looks a lot better than the 30-35 close. Also, this push up propped up with calls, not sold puts, which isn't great for charm if we slip. Some more put selling. They're selling the 20 put kind of aggressively. Somebody's selling the 45 put. Bought puts, bought calls at 30. Out of the money bought calls closed again. What time is it? 3:48. Charm is just barely positive. So flat, basically. Very close to the ES VWAP test. Came within like $1 of it. I don't know. If the 30s take profits here, this whole thing might be kind of fucked. If they don't, and nobody does anything, maybe they just pin price here. Mm, 20 puts and 10 puts are being bought back. I might start to push vol up a little. Not much yet. Gap at 32 to the downside and 21 to the downside. Still short of VWAP on the wick up there. That was weird. News? Money market funds hit record 7.39 trillion. Bowman. 9 minutes left? There's so little realized vol here. It's wild. Hit 4.8 sigma to the upside on the wick. Gamma at 30s flattening. So pin to 35 and no support. Mm. Second test of VWAP. Yeah. 40 calls closed. Still bumping speed on a loss of 35. Yeah, it's not that significant. More 67, 10, and 20 puts closing. Sold puts. Some 35 calls just took profit. Still sitting on 30 calls as support. A lot of gamma here, but like no fucking delta. Hmm. 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 3rd fucking candle on VIX. Ooh, fix up. Mm. I don't know if that was enough of a drop. Four minutes left. I feel like it still makes sense for this to go back to 25. Hmm. Filled the 32 gap. Ooh, big VIX spike. Interesting. De-risking. Oh, fuck yeah, lose 30. Do it. Three minutes left. I want the 30 bulls to get fucked for making the last hour of trading just absolutely fucking unbearable. Ooh, a lot of bot puts. 25, 20, 15, 10. Some bot calls at 30. Kind of mixing things up. But a shitload of sold puts get squeezed out if we lose 30. 1,500 of them. 1,700 of them. Forty seconds. Bastards. Nice. Weird price. Alright. It's like a Tesla VWAP. Futures probably fails. That was a huge vol short. Holy fuck. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, $5 candle into close. Still closing fairly close to the downside expected move. A little bit above VWAP. Or like right at VWAP. Dollar pushing up again today, getting pretty close to breaking back out over 100 and reversing the prior high from back in July. Yields at the top end of the curve up a little bit, mostly on the 10 and 20, a little bit on the 30. Yields at the short end of the curve also up. Correlation pushed back down into the end of the day, but still a little bit higher than yesterday's close. Commodity is not doing so hot. Silver holding its gains, but gold finally some profit taking there. Oil down 1.74%. Bond volatility, nothing spectacular. Leverage on the top end of the carry up again. 8.94 over 8.8 yesterday. Leverage in the short end up also a little bit. Forward yield on volatility pretty flat day over day, negative 6%. With the 10-2 curve pulling back a bit. Brett still sucks. I think Dow and Russell falling at a significantly faster pace. Then NASDAQ, which seemed to kind of hold everything up today. Yes, down 30 points, kind of right in the middle. There was a bit of pushback on correlation here. Only negative 28 to negative 25 today, but still rising towards positive. So I think we're still seeing a breakdown of out of the money put positioning. 10-2, yeah, up a little tiny bit. Yeah, leverage bumped a little bit into the end of the day. I think it's roughly at the same level it was at Monday. And then out here, we failed the trend, but ended up closing back above it. So at least the local trend. So I guess we'll see if we get a continued failure in the overnight or going into tomorrow. Obviously, this upward consolidation could use a greater pullback than what we got today. We did get a lower low day over day, so that might open up some more downside range going into the end of the week. Remember, we do have data tomorrow. Probably the only pertinent data of the week. I think we have Michigan consumer. And then I think Goolsby and Musalam are speaking. And that's probably it for the day. I think we might also get the monthly budget statement. And then overall, I mean, NVIDIA, Meta, and Oracle outperforming along with Amazon and Costco. But almost everything else selling off. Financials, the rest of electronic tech. Electronic services did a little bit better, but not much. Bunch of selling off in health tech besides like Lilly and J&J. Producer manufacturing pulling back a little bit today. Oil pulling back. Health services, durables. Transportation, process industries, non-durables had a pretty decent day overall, at least compared to everything else. And I guess financials are just kind of flat with some big sell-offs in like Visa and MasterCard. But yeah, not a lot of like signs of rotation, just kind of like just a mixed day with only really money going into a few of the Mag 7. That was about it. It's more weird because no settled cash. Could be, yeah. It's definitely something to consider, I would say. Roundtable tonight? That's correct. Yep. Probably try to do that at like 9:30 or 10. Anyway, that's all I got. I will catch you guys later. Peace.